Test, test.
Okay, now that we've got through technical difficulties, I will now call this special meeting strategic session to order at 9:09 a.m. We'll start with the land acknowledgement statement. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge with respect the history, spirituality, and culture of the Anishinaabe, the people of the Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi Nation, who have inhabited this land from time immemorial. And further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. We also recognize the Métis and Inuit whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. May we all, as treaty people, live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples. Approval of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I will ask for a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda as printed. Isaac and Councillor Schuldice and Deputy Mayor Pringle. Okay. Any discussion? We'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Being none, you may declare at any time throughout if one should arise. The next recommendation is that bylaw 2019-125 procedural bylaw be waived to allow council to hold a strategic session regarding township fees and charges, and that council of the township of Georgian Bluffs hereby moves into a strategic session at 9:10 a.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Councillor Schuldice, any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Who is taking the lead on this one?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So we are going to be talking today about some goals and objectives you wish to have around your fees and charges moving forward. The township has never had a fees and charges policy before. So the goal of today is for you to discuss proposed user fee recuperating rates, various goals and objectives you wish to have towards your different user fees that you do currently have. And then hopefully at the end of our discussions here, we'll have enough information for staff to go away and prepare the draft user fee policy, which would then come back to council. From this policy is what staff would use to prepare your future user fees. We may not get every single user fee done for 2025, but we'll talk about which ones you do wish to see prioritized and hopefully have this policy reflected in user fees for 2025. Feel free to ask any questions as we're moving along, and this discussion is kind of yours. So when we're looking at our revenue breakdown, so this is your 2023 actual revenue, you'll see property taxes at 65%, which is your highest revenue stream. User fees is your next highest at 16%. So they do, although not the majority chunk of your revenue, they do make up a large portion of your revenue. So what is a user fee? A user fee is a charge imposed by the township for the primary purpose of recuperating the cost of providing a service. It's directly funded from the individuals who benefit from that good or service being provided. So user fees are a way that council can provide a form of tax fairness based on an understanding of who is using the benefits of the service being delivered. Is it an individual? Is it a group? Or does it benefit the majority of your users? So a user fee, if you don't use it, you don't pay for it. Property taxes and tax levy, Everyone is paying for it, whether you use that service or not. So there are various forms of authority under which council can provide and charge for user fees. We have our Municipal Act authority, which is section 391(1). Not going to read all of it. We also have our Planning Act authority, which comes under section 69. We have our Building Code Act authority, which is section 7(2). And we have our Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act authority, which is under Ontario Regulation 3011. And then Ontario Regulation 3011, Division E, speaks to how we must present them for this kind of user fee. So common types of user fees. We have our facility rentals, our building, planning applications, animal control, and cemetery. Another big one that is not being reflected in here is water. Water is its own kind of separate beast, which we will be talking about when we're looking at our 2025 budget, because we may have to get some external assistance associated with a water rate study. So unfortunately, water is not being looked at today. So when we're looking at advantages and disadvantages of user fees, advantages I already kind of spoke to. The person benefiting from the service, they're the ones who are going to pay for the service. It is not the general public who pays for all of it. It acts as a pricing mechanism, which can moderate overusage of a service. So if you're charging too little, then you may have a higher demand. But if you're at that sweet spot where demand and usage are equaling, you're making equilibrium. It also diversifies your revenue stream. So we saw earlier that your property taxes, that's 65%. If you didn't have any user fees, well, now that has to be funded from somewhere. That 65 is now, I'm totally blanking on math here. It's now larger. Thank you. So some disadvantages around user fees. It's not income or assessment driven. Property taxes, if you have a higher assessed value, then you are paying more than someone who has a lower assessed. User fees, it's typically the same rate across the board. The revenue can be unreliable. So if your user fee is deemed to be too high by the general public, they're not going to use that service. So you could have less usage than what you've previously had. Again, opposite is true, that if your user fee is considered low to the general public, they're going to use it more potentially if it's something they're interested in. It also can be heavily administrative, but we have capacity to take on this administration within house. So we're going to circle back to this a bit, but I do just want to start off. We want to look at setting some overall goals and objectives around your user fees. So this can help set the course for establishing an appropriate fee and rate structure. Your goals, they may change depending on the service because some can be counterintuitive and meet different objectives. So council, are there any overall goals you wish? We'll come back to the goals at each kind of service level, but some ideas may be if you want fairness and equity, affordability, conservation, ease of use. The ball is in your court. So I'll let you guys kind of talk about maybe if you do have overall goals and objectives.
Great. Any thoughts from anyone? Councillor Colbert.
I do have a general question first before I talk about goals and objectives. Will we be using in-house resources to develop this protocol, not as opposed to a consultant? Because I know that several municipalities have used consultants for it.
We were looking at doing this in-house.
Okay. Yeah, I think for me, affordability and fairness is one of the objectives that I would have. And we do want it to be affordable, but we also want to make sure that those who are benefiting from it are paying their fair share as well, and that the tax burden on the rest of the population that's not taking advantage of this service is in the proper proportion. So for me, affordability, but also fairness, that we're not benefiting some more than others, and looking at, are we benefiting those who aren't even paying taxes in some instances, and how do we strike the right balance between affordability but equity with our ratepayers.
Any other comments? Back to you, Sam.
While we're on the overall side, I've heard various times around the horseshoe about minor sports. Is that something you would maybe like to look at having included in some sort of policy?
When you say minor sports, meaning that the township would play a part in scheduling and ensuring certain sports are running, or what are you thinking up there?
Not necessarily from developing a minor sports program, more from I've heard comments about reduced rates if it was for children or different, but no direction had been provided. So it was just something I wanted to drop if that is something you were interested in.
Mr. Coburn?
Yeah, I'm just going to refer to my notes. I'm sorry for being late this morning. I'm still jet lagged. I've only been home for a little over a day, so I'm feeling a bit discombobulated. I do, in response to your question, I do wonder if we have more room to increase user fees for recreation with some populations. I do believe in higher fees for adult rentals and lower for child and youth programs. I don't know if I have a sense yet in terms of reasonableness of the cost of rentals in our recreation department at present. I'm wondering if we, in this process, should be consulting with local user groups, the figure skating group, the hockey groups, and any social clubs that use some of our community centers.
Yes, so thank you for that comment. As part of the policy will come back to council, but there will be various user public inputs kind of after you have seen a draft of your policy. So if you're wanting that input from the public as part of the policy or part of the fees and charges when that comes forward, they're both available.
I might just quickly brief, although we haven't had a policy in the past, the practice that certainly has been applied in 2022, 2023, and for 2024 was we do a market check. So there's a very active around the recreation and user fee side of things, at least. And I know we do similar for cemeteries as well. There's a very active group that covers Bruce and Grey counties. And in the development of user fees, we all work together to benchmark to see where we sit, who's aggressive. We understand who's maybe implementing more significant fee upgrades or enhancements, and who's being perhaps less aggressive in terms of their user fee models. And that market check is important for us because it helps give us an indication as to whether or not we're going to see a particularly busy year or an increase in user fees. If we've got a neighbouring municipality that's about to significantly increase fees, it prepares us. So we do that market check in terms of coming forward with the user fee model for each year. I think we'll continue to do that, obviously, so that we can flag it. But I think what we're looking for here is simply balancing our cost on the cost of those around us doesn't necessarily give council the direction and influence over the user fee model. So we're looking for some of the other things. We'll still do the market check to see where we pin against our neighbouring municipalities and other people that are providing services, but definitely looking for the sort of the high level guidance to help inform those conversations when we bring forward. So,
Councillor Coburn?
So, and further to Niall's remarks about neighboring municipalities, I do note that consultants typically for this kind of fees and charges review, they look at like neighboring municipalities. So we would want to compare apples and apples, and the levels of service from community to community and municipality to municipality will be different. And I just wanted to make sure we're using proper comparators in order to gauge where we are with our user fees.
Yes, and so to that, We do. So at this point in time, we very much do compare with like for like. So, for example, we know that our ball diamonds are not comparable with A-class ball fields. We've got C to B class ball diamonds at this point in time, limited lighting, and the pitch quality is not the same as you would get in areas where there are ground staff that are, for example, working on grooming and maintaining ball diamonds. So we know we do active comparisons on that. We do active comparisons. The arena is obviously one of our biggest rentals. We do active comparisons on the quality of the arena, the spectator viewing arenas, the changing rooms that we've got available, the accessibility options that we have available. So we do make sure we compare like for like when we excuse me, when we go through each year. But again, the like for like is all very well and good, but we're not necessarily comparing the municipality like for like in terms of we may be charging the same amount as a municipality with very similar facilities, but what we've never had a conversation about is how much of the tax base is offsetting it. How much of the cost of that revenue is actually still being offset by the tax base. So your user fee is one thing. It might cost you $2 to go for a family skate. But you don't know what we haven't ever done. We haven't had the direction, and we're looking for is as well as the $2 being comparable with next door, is the 98% or 50% offset costs important? So we're really looking at how comfortable council are in offsetting these things using the tax base, as well as the comparisons we could make. So, if we're just comparing user fees in isolation, we're not necessarily we're not comparing the subsidy rate between the two. And so that really is one of the reasons why we're keen to have this conversation. Is it's less about the actual rate and more about the amount of tax subsidy that can go into a various different program or into a different facility or into a service that's provided by the municipality.
Deputy Mayor Pringle.
Thank you. I just Owen Sound uses a non-residence user fee rate for us when we go to town, and we don't have that here, and obviously in George and Bluffs. But do other municipalities around us have that? Does Wyerton have that, and Aaron Ellerslie?
So I don't know the specifics about which ones do, but I have heard various other municipalities say they were either thinking of it or had implemented it. And I don't know that status if they had, but Wyerton was one that I'd heard they were at least thinking of something around it.
I think, and I believe that's something we should probably look at also. I'm not, the offside of that is the tracking it and figuring out how, who's the non-resident, who's paying, who's not paying. You probably get fairly muddy in the water there trying to track it all. But I think it's something we should probably look at. I don't know what the numbers would be for non-residents that come to George and Bluffs to play with Shell Lake minor hockey and stuff like that. Was one thing that I think we should look at. And also just speaking just to what Niall mentioned there too, when you're talking about $2 to go public skating, are those costs offset by corporations picking up that ice time for that extra time or whatever, or are we picking that up? So I know a lot of other townships have lots of sponsors to look after it. So it's coming.
So I might weigh in a little on the first point there. So we do have some fees which we will offset the non-resident rate for people participating in certain junior sports in various different other municipalities. So if they either have to pay at point of payment, they can claim it back, or there's a system whereby their club will reimburse the out of office with the details of how they but it only applies to juniors. So we don't have when our residents are going out of town, out of area, for example, to go swimming, we don't have a swimming pool. They pay the same rates as residents in those municipalities. So your resident rate to go swimming at the Y is the same for George and Bluffs residents is for Owen Sound residents. It's the same fee when you go to those facilities for adult residents. And so a good conversation to be had around where resident and non-resident levies should apply if we're thinking of going beyond the minor or junior sports, the affiliated sports groups, and going into a broader recreation mix. And as Ms. Buchanan mentioned, there is some work going on in neighbouring municipalities and other municipalities in terms of non-resident usage. And so there are some figures. It certainly would be something we'd have to do some work to track ourselves. But there are some municipalities looking at non-resident rates across the board to include like adults and recreational leisure pursuits.
So for the non-residence fees, Owen Sound does charge one, but I think with Wyerton and Chatsworth, we pay toward the organizations with those. It's not actually going to the other municipalities. I would comment about when we're setting our service fees or whatever we're thinking of there, when we compare to the surrounding municipalities, that's fine to try and stay on track with them, but our expenses could be way different from them. So if we're setting it just because this is what everybody else charges, that might not be the total picture that we need to be looking at, would be my thought. Anyone else? Councillor Day.
To go back to the goals and objectives question from a while ago, I agree with the concept of fairness and equity. And when we were asked and talked briefly about youth sports and if that was something we would want to offer for a cheaper price than adult recreation. And I've been pondering a program like the REACH program or the Alzheimer's Society, and there are other population who require who less able to fund their lives, who I think are in that category as well.
That was my other comment. We do currently give Shallow Lake minor hockey and figure skating a reduced rate, do we not? So we already somewhat have a policy in place. It's just maybe never been written down. But I definitely agree with the idea of REACH and other groups like that that need that extra.
I'm thinking, I know that REACH, but I'm just thinking in terms if this is the policy for all the future abilities who may.
Over.
I'm not quite sure I understand the concept of other programs like REACH. So I guess I'm asking for some more clarity around that because I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to. REACH is a private program that I personally support, but their fees are the same regardless of where you live, and they charge on the basis of day programs and how many days you attend. So I'm just trying to get a sense for how we would, if we're being asked to subsidize that in a formal manner, or if we're just considering continuing on with donations to organizations like that going forward. I'm just confused as to how that fits in with fees and charges.
REACH was just one of the first organizations that came to mind. It could have been community living. It could, I was trying to think of adult programs or organizations that work with adults who would face similar challenges to youth programs in terms of the users who would benefit from it. Maybe this is where wording becomes very complicated and finding categories becomes very complicated, I find. If it helps, or perhaps it makes it even more complicated to think of it from a broader perspective of not thinking about REACH, but is youth the only group that we would like to offer discounts to, is the broader question.
Yeah, is there a way to word that specialized groups, if they were coming to rent, whether it was even just for an afternoon, would they get a reduced rate if they fit into that specialized group category?
So my question to Councillor Day was kind of going to be, are you looking at something that's like an NPO, nonprofit organization specializing in a youth stream or adult stream or whatever stream? Is that kind of what you're meaning, to take REACH out of it if it was something where they had NPO status, or is that what you're looking at?
I think that's close to what I'm looking at. And this is where I'm not sitting down and writing policy and needing to come up with those terms and categories, but just thinking of societal groups that from an equity perspective would be it would help us honor our talk about inclusivity to offer straight for X particular group for not-for-profit groups. I don't know enough about youth recreation, and I feel like if we're looking at not-for-profit groups, I don't know enough about youth recreation to know if all youth recreation is not-for-profit and how that would impact categorization of rates going forward.
Mr. Coburn.
I think I'm less confused, but I still think I'm confused. I thought we were talking about our own programs and services and user fees. And so the only one I can think of, and there are probably lots more, but that fall under a similar category would be Grace. But they run their own program. That's not a municipal program. So are we talking about subsidizing people to attend these programs, or are we talking about if they ask us for money to support them? And does that fall within our user fees and charges policy, or is that something different?
I'm talking longer term, looking ahead at groups that aren't using, say, the arena or ice time, but maybe would want, like in 10 years or 15 years from now, when this policy is being implemented, if there's a group that wanted to rent a space in one of our facilities, if Grace, for some bizarre reason, needed an ice rink, which I don't think is the point of a horse program, but I'm just thinking ahead to future scenarios, trying not to only look at this from the perspective of what our facilities are being rented for now. So only for user fees for facilities is what I'm thinking.
And I think I would add to that, that if those groups knew they could get a reduced rate to say, take the kids for a ball game afternoon at Shallow Lake or something, that maybe that would encourage them to come out and do some things like that.
Or more pertinent to this conversation, I think differently abled adults, because if we're already including a youth rate, then it would be the differently abled adults that I'm thinking about now.
So a point of very quick clarity. The vast majority of our recreation-based fees are not charged on an individualized basis. We don't offer any services ourselves as a municipality. So whereas other municipalities will offer programs, we offer no programs. We, in almost all circumstances, rent out the facility for another organization to use. We are simply, so our user fees most of the time are not done on a person by person basis. So, you know, you're quite correct, both Councillor Day and Councillor Coburn, is that the nuance there is what we charge basically gets passed on to the user. So if we charge more for a venue, that will be, in most instances, the person using the group using the venue is getting that back from their own individual fees back. So if we reduce our rates, they reduce their rates, is the theory. If our rates are harsher, then the only people that, so if we increase the rates for junior hockey, minor hockey, or minor baseball, the impact of that is not felt, it's felt by the organization, but they're passing that on to their members. It's their policy as to whether they provide we can't influence whether they charge some people more or less. Basically, the fee we charge the user group is the fee that they then use, and they collect that revenue in their own ways. We're not collecting the revenue. So, for example, we're not applying a metric on income levels to participate in minor hockey or minor baseball. That is established by the group to whom we are doing dealings with. And I think that's where the conversation is. If a user group who services adults with special needs, for example, was to come forward, understanding how we would set our fees for that group is key, because that would then influence the cost of them putting on that program that was leading on our venue, for example. So I think there's a slight refinement there. We do have a very small number of direct fees, so the pickleball drop-in and the skating drop-in programs are the two fees that jump to mind, which are very specific in the recreation. And we have spent a lot of time so far in recreation. We are going to get out of just the recreation sphere as we go through this. So I think this is a useful conversation going forward. But we are basically charging a fee to use the venue, not a fee to individuals in most instances when it comes to recreation.
Thank you for that. And further to that, the fact that we're renting to an entity, a group rather than individuals. Maybe this is a question for Sam. How do we then get at who actually are the users? Are they ratepayers of Georgian Bluffs? How do other municipalities collect that information and decide on a fee when it's probably a mixture of non-Georgian Bluffs residents and our own residents in those groups?
That is something staff will have to take away and look into a bit more on how we can implement that. But it's something I'll have to discuss with our facility supervisor. I don't know what kind of discussions he maybe has at the time of booking. It might have to be he asks a few more questions then to determine and evaluate what the purpose of the group and their usage of the facility may be.
So it's definitely more complicated on one-off bookings than it is for groups like minor hockey, minor baseball, who have programs that they run with us. It's fairly common practice in affiliated youth minor sports to gather information about the home residents, and indeed that happens with our members of community that are using services in other areas and getting charged non-user fees for that. Is when you register, you have to register in fact, it becomes even more, some of the sports like hockey, it becomes really important where you reside because that actually determines where you can and can't play. And so collecting that sort of data for the groups that we have long-term seasonal connections with is reasonably easily done. We just basically ask them to let us know how many participants or a proportion of their participants that aren't residents. So we could do that through that mechanism. It does become a little bit harder for one-off bookings. So if there's a club that wants to book an arena to do a broom ball night, it's very difficult to ascertain of the 12 or 15 players that might turn up on that night, do a roll call of how many are Georgian Bluffs residents as opposed to not. And so it becomes much more complicated for the one-off and less frequent bookings than it might do for the affiliate programs. But it's certainly something I think we're hearing we need to do a little bit of a deeper dive into when we start looking at the policy.
So having had a little bit to do with Owen Sound on theirs, they actually went to holding a joint registration for all groups, spring and fall, and the city is there taking part in that. And we don't do a joint registration with any of them here. The youth are being registered through the organization, so they would have a list of where everybody's coming from. But even in Owen Sound, adult groups going in, there is no record of whether you live in Owen Sound or not. You're paying full rate, and that's just the way it is. So it's how much do we want to invest in looking to recoup some costs on anything? Is it more cost in the work involved to do it than it would be to just not do the non-resident fee?
So I think, yes, there is that cost. There is also an implication. So, if there is a certain, when you see municipalities starting to charge non-residents more, that tends to draw pressure on those home municipalities to start charging their residents more. And so, generally speaking, we are a community that relies on the services of others around us. And so, if we were to, you are right that there's a threshold of cost to do, but there's also a threshold that we need to be aware of, that if we start going too far down that line, then other municipalities might start going down that line. And I do know that there are some municipalities that have, got a sort of a handle on how much the services that they're subsidizing Georgian Bluffs residents, for example, are. And we don't pay that. Our residents don't pay that. It's absorbed by the tax base of another municipality. So there is a certain degree of flexibility. We are not going to be able to make sure that every tax dollar gets spent on a municipal resident of Georgian Bluffs, because everybody operates in different, they have blurred, people will come and play pickleball in one place and they'll go and swim somewhere else, and they'll go to a gym class somewhere else. And it's difficult to track that to level of specificity. So yes, you're quite right. There's costs. And then there's the other costs. Is we want to get too granular about it. Somebody else might get very granular about it as well.
Yes, because in that case, we might have kids from Chatsworth coming and playing hockey in Georgian Bluffs, but we probably have just as many kids in Georgian Bluffs playing hockey in Chatsworth. So it probably comes out in the wash, and it's not worth it gets too minimal. Councillor Colbert.
So it's not youth sports that I'm as concerned about. It's more the adult users where I think we could maybe make up some ground in terms of who's paying into taxes and who's not. It'll be interesting to know when you do your comparisons with like municipalities, what the differential there is in terms of the subsidy level. Like, are we over subsidizing recreation? Are we under subsidizing, or are we at a fairly median point with that?
Yeah, just to kind of speak towards the user fee piece. Yeah, to try and differentiate who lives here, doesn't live here as a non-resident is going to be really hard to do. But I know with the township or with the Shell Lake Arena, are we, what's the rate there? 100, we 100, still 145 or 150 bucks an hour?
Around there, I don't have the bylaw
Yeah,
right in front of me.
It's cheap, right? If you want to go rent the rec center in Owen Sound, it's $190, right? And for somebody like myself, who's a one-off user, when with the broom ball, we'll go to Shell Lake for a practice. I expect we're going to pay more because it's a one-time deal, right? And we're willing to pay it. We won't go to the rec center and maybe pay 190, but we'd pay more to go to Shallow Lake. We don't go to Katy because we want to be on bigger ice. So there's a chance there for an opportunity for us to make a little bit more on that. I know some of the user groups that are at the Shallow Lake Arena that are men's, they're all out of Owen Sound, right? So I think there's, to try and segregate who's a non-resident or resident, but just maybe go towards having groups that are consistent or non-resident, use them and charge them a little more. I think that's the way we should probably look at it. It'd be simpler. Like I say, with the broom ball there, I think we practiced once last winter there in Shallow Lake. It was $145. It's another 50 bucks to go down. So I think there's an opportunity to take a little more there.
Great discussion. I'm sitting here trying to simplify it. And the easiest analogy I can come up with is if I personally rented a facility for an hour, 2 hours a week for a family event, would you then ask where all my family members came from? Or do you look at a group that rents ice, from Owen Sound and says, we're coming in every Thursday? I mean, how do you differentiate between the two? And I totally agree that I think increased user fees are probably the way to do that to be a little more fair. But yeah, if every person that rented our facilities had to give an attendance list of residency, I think we're heading the wrong direction.
Okay, so we will circle back to this because opinions may change as we move through the individual services. So we'll circle back to the overall goals and objectives, but just to keep things moving a bit here. So this is a historical breakdown of actual township revenue earned. So you'll see, as we mentioned before, each year in the last 3 years, your user fees have been your second highest form. When we're looking at other, what's included in there, it's your penalty and interest on taxation, your capital gains or losses on sale of assets. It includes other fines and penalties. It has your investment income. And if there's some permits, rents, or donation that we are receiving. So there is a high other in 2021. You also sold a very large asset in 2021, which is what that is for. That is the airport sale. And then you did have extremely high investment income in 2023, which is why that other is so high there. Before I move on, are there any other anomalies that you kind of wanted looked at here?
Not an anomaly, just the question, did the user fees go up because of increased usership or because of increased rates or a combination of the two?
A combination. So we also have to recognize we had COVID that occurred during some of these years, which impacted the capabilities for a recreational facility to be open. And that would be the one that took the biggest hit kind of during that period. You still had building going on. You still had planning going on. Garbage was still being collected. The next sign I see, I'm going to leave that one because it was cemeteries. So user fees were still being used, but Parks and Recreation being your highest kind of draw in didn't have that same capability. So yes, fees went up, but we also had usage going up since 2021. So we're going to start with development and infrastructure. So we tried to form these the same way that you have seen your budget. So we have our 3 kind of compartments. So we did include in Appendix A just some examples of the historical use. It's not every single building fee or planning and fee that you have. We just wanted to highlight a couple that you could see how often we're actually using that fee. So under your building or development and infrastructure, right now you don't have any engineering fees. That engineering department is something new that came into effect that 2022, 2023. Correct. So you didn't have an engineering department necessarily, but now you do have a manager of engineering that we may have capabilities and capacity to look into that a bit more if that is something council's interested in. So starting with building, you'll notice that your user fee revenue each and every year has been greater than your expenditures. You also have your reserve and reserve fund policy that states any overages does get put into your building reserve. None of your building department is funded from tax levy. So what we're looking for here, you've been around on average 105% recuperated. So that means 5% of your expenses are going into the reserve each year. In the event there's a year that there isn't much building going on, then we draw from that reserve to fund your deficit. That it still is not impacting a tax levy by any means. So is this something you're comfortable with? Are you wanting to be more or less aggressive?
So my first question was going to be, do we have a dedicated reserve fund for building? I'm happy to hear that we do. I'm interested to know if you think that's where it should be in order to offset, cycles where there's economic downturns. We might need that money. So that's my first question. Maybe I'll just stop there before I have two other questions as well. Thanks.
So without diving into other municipalities' budgets, 105 seems to be pretty standard. Some have went up to 110, but between that 105 and 110 seems to be rather standard.
I also wondered, when's the last time we had a comprehensive review of our building permit fees? And have we kept up with the inflationary increases? In other words, are we looking at increasing these fees by an inflationary percentage each year, as opposed to 5 years down the road looking back and going, oh my God, we haven't kept up and now we have to have huge jumps in these? So I guess those two questions. Last time we had a review, and are we keeping up with the inflationary increases on a yearly basis?
So we do look at user fees each and every year, but as for a comprehensive, more in-depth, I believe it was 2021 that we had this department take a deeper dive on, and that's when we saw a change in how the fees were structured a bit. And then since then, it's been, have we done, I believe, inflationary increases since then. So if that's a way you wish to keep going, then we can incorporate that into a policy.
On this one, so again, on the building side of things, yes, inflation is applied each year. We also added we added a generic administrative fee. In fact, council added an administrative fee to capture some of the admin costs of building permit processes. I do think there is a good conversation to be had around building fees, because they're charged on a recuperation rate at the minute, which means you're building a deck. Your building fee for a deck is the same as it's not the same, but it's based on the same calculation as a subdivider that's coming in and doing something profitable. So are there areas of building fees? There is a conversation to be had. Are there areas where council thinks that should we be incentivizing renovations by lowering building fees at the renovation end of the spectrum and charging more fees to make up for that shortfall to the development community? Or should we be inspiring development of particular units by lowering fees in some areas? So there are ways in which you can flex within your building fees while still maintaining 105 or thereabouts % recovery. So there are strategies that can be applied within that rather than a simple blanket across the board inflationary increases. Again, several people mentioned equity as we've gone through this, and inflation is one of the bluntest tools we can use, and is fair but highly inequitable. And so I think that there are some strategies that can be applied as we go forward with a building fee review to look at how we structure it if there are particular types of development that you think you'd like to see incentivized and others that are perhaps penalized.
Just further to that, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking here is we need to look at maybe an increase of our amount going into reserves. But at the same time, doing that is incentivizing whether or not we're looking at additional dwelling units within a residential, is it, renovations, but also the greener homes. And we should kind of, I don't want to use the word penalize people for building standard homes, but we should reward people for building modern technology homes. And there should be some sort of happy medium in there of what that is.
So that's Councillor Winter's a great takeaway. So yeah, for example, do we want to waive building fees when it comes to putting solar panels on a roof, or waive building fees for doing enhanced septic systems, which may have a higher quality effluent that discharges out? So there are other strategies and priorities of council that can be influenced through the application of things like the building fee process.
You used the word waive. I didn't use that.
So I would support reduced fees for those kinds of enhancements. Is this where we can talk about development charges? Or you know me, I'm always wanting to talk about development charges. I've been sort of on this bandwagon for a while now. I do know that there's a process and that it's comprehensive and lengthy in terms of the study that's required. I have forgotten, forgive me, where we are in that process, or have you even received any direction from council on, have we had that conversation? I'm a proponent of development fees, and I think this is, when you talk about equity, I think this is one area that we should be looking at. I just don't know where we're at.
So it is something staff had started. As we started moving through it, though, we unfortunately found we didn't have the historical information that was needed. We don't have an asset management plan right now. That is getting worked on by staff, and we're hopeful in the fall to have that presented. It is something we intend, once we have some of those ducks in a row, to bring back to council. And it may be a 2025 request, because the old work that we had done, it's not completely abandoned, but it has grossly changed based on the new information. So we would have to pick it back up and kind of start a bit fresh.
I will add to that, whilst the delay in development charges, I'm going to look to Mr. Benner's face on this one as well. While the delay on development charges is perhaps a challenge, thank heaven we did not start doing them in 2020. Because in 2021, they rewrote the legislation. They rewrote the legislation again in 2022, and they've just rewritten the legislation again. So we would have been in a 4-year cycle of continually rewriting development charge bylaws and doing background studies. The provincial landscape around development charges has been so incredibly fluid over the last few years that we would have literally expensed hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultant fees over the last few years, writing and then rewriting development fee bylaws. So hopefully by the time we have our asset management plan in place, provincial direction around development charges will be a little more stable than it has been over the last few years, which will give us a good mechanism for going forward. Development charges are currently very much under the spotlight of the provincial lens, and it is very interesting being part of the conversations as to whether or not development charges will even continue to exist into the future at a provincial level, because there's certainly a tool of very close provincial scrutiny at this point in time.
Just before I go to you, Councillor Coburn, I would add that our last development charge study was done in 2014, and it was decided at that time not to implement them, but to continue with having the developer pay whatever costs were needed for infrastructure for a development. And in some ways, that seems like a good way to do it, because it's less accounting paperwork type thing here in the office, and trying to figure out then, if you've taken development charges, where can you use them, when can you use them, how quickly do you have to use them? It's, Niall said, the rules have been changing in that one the last 4 years so fast that the county is constantly battling what can we use and when can we use it and where can we use it. So probably a good thing to have stayed out of that conversation. But it wouldn't hurt once the asset management plan is in place to take a look at it again, because we're sadly out of date for having done one. Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, so regardless of which route we take, the infrastructure route paid by the developer, development charges, it still needs to be a protocol that's written and approved. Because if it's just sort of an unwritten understanding, then that's when we get into difficulties with developers who may or may not feel that it's their responsibility to have the infrastructure in place. I do have a question that's likely for our Director of Legislative Services, just to make sure you're staying with us and wide awake. In terms of changes to building fees and maybe even planning fees, are there legislative requirements around having to have public input into those changes? And how do you anticipate handling that?
So whenever we change a fee, it is required that we provide public notice of doing such. It would be my opinion that the building and planning fees would also fall under those notice requirements. Our building or our notice bylaw does not specifically say any different treatment of building and planning fees. I would turn to our Director of Development Services to know if the Planning Act says otherwise.
That's good. Thank you. There's actually two components to that. If you increase your fee rates on the building side, that does not, it still requires public notification, but it doesn't require a public meeting to facilitate input. On the planning side of things, like everything in planning, it does require a public meeting to facilitate input prior to passing any increases in those fees.
Okay, so we have wrote down that you want to see some incentivization is the word I'll use around environmental and climate change and maintaining equity around your building. And I've also heard you're comfortable around the 105 and 110. Is that correct? So next up, we have our planning and engineering funding rates. So between 2023 and 2024, you will see the large increase around our expenditures. Again, that is because 2024 is the first year that you had your engineering kind of department separated. And you'll see we have our user fees on average around 30%, which means about 70% is recuperated from tax levy. So what are your thoughts on this? Are you comfortable with it? Do you wish to see a higher amount recuperated from user fees? Are your goals and objectives around planning and engineering the same as your overall, or do you have specific goals around it?
First, sorry, I have a question. Just what exactly is engineering fees? What would be covered under that?
Essentially, with engineering fees, there's two components to our engineering department right now. There's reviewing and kind of project managing municipal works, municipal infrastructure works that you've seen typically over the last few months. There's a second component that we really haven't gotten into yet, but if we do get some major developments will happen, is the engineering review of development applications. That can be applied as a fee to that development. A lot of municipalities that do have in-house engineering departments do apply a review fee essentially for large development proposals. That's something that we certainly could put together in anticipation of larger developments when we receive those. I would suggest that would be a good thing to have in place.
Covered.
So in response to your question, Sam, I don't have a clue if we're hitting the mark here or not. It seems to me that a 70% subsidy rate is high, and I would like to see a bit more of a balance there. If we can get more in user charges in this area, that seems to make sense to me, though I would rely on your expertise, especially in my limited knowledge of this subject area.
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Coburn. The Planning Act does allow for user fees up to 100% cost recovery. A lot of municipalities try to get there. And a lot of more and more municipalities are actually looking at, get my acronyms correct here, activity-based costing, ABC, activity-based costing to lay out the user fees for planning and engineering. In fact, the Planning Act states that municipalities have to look at 100% cost recovery. We can't go beyond that. It's just, here's what it costs to do that application, and here are the people involved, and this is the corresponding user fee associated with that. There's also another component of planning departments that deals with policies and growth management and that sort of thing. Those typically, especially when you're looking at policy management, aren't something that you can easily equate back to a user fee because it's not specific to a direct development. So typically what you have in a lot of municipalities is a range then of user fees that are recoverable versus other policy and growth related things. And a lot of municipalities tend to sit around this 60%, 40%, where 60% is that policy and growth tax levy. And then 40% is cost recoverable through user fees. So we are obviously a little bit low on that when we're at 70%. It would be really nice if we could get to the 60% or 50%. It just depends on, I think there's a little more refinement that would need to be done in our engineering and our planning fees.
We know where surrounding municipalities are sitting on that. Just
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. I mean, I'm very interested in doing that. I like what you're recommending, the 40-60 kind of percent split, but I think we really need to look at a comparable of where our neighboring municipalities are and make sure we're in line with that. I do have a little bit of reservation when I hear engineering fees. I think they're great and then there's potential for that. I just don't want to see where we collect engineering fees and we put everything out for peer review and charge it twice. I'm seeing a lot of municipalities do that. And I don't think we can lose sight that affordability starts at the municipal level as well, right? When you talk about affordable housing. So it's just, I think there's got to be a balance in my mind of how all that fits together. And I'm all for doing it in-house. If we can do it in-house, keep the user fees here. I'll abstain, but yeah, I think we need to look at neighboring municipalities.
something I just thought of, but the development charges as well. Back in 2014, when it was opted not to go with it, what we were hearing from the developers was they would pay all the infrastructure costs because they had a better chance of controlling the cost than if they just had to pay it out of the township and development charge. That kind of allowed them to maybe keep their costs down. So that was part of that rationalization at that time.
So you've brought up comparable municipalities. When we're looking at building, planning, engineering, who do you feel is a comparable?
I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know what other municipalities are offering in terms of services. So I would put that back on your plate to say, as part of the review, are the services we're offering comparable? And if they are we recouping things at a reasonable rate?
I agree with that. I would also say Grey Bruce as a whole. I mean, there are spots of Grey Bruce that are experiencing increased growth right now. But that growth is coming our way. Due to pressure and capacity in other municipalities, it's coming, so we might as well be there and be ready and compare ourselves very much to the other municipalities.
Okay, thank you. That just gives us a bit of guidance on who you actually deem to be comparable. Recognizing at the staff level, we would never go directly to Toronto. But if you were to say you felt Collingwood, they're outside of Grey Bruce, if they were comparable, then that's something we can build in when we're doing those market checks as to who are we looking at. If it's Grey Bruce, that is great.
Yeah, so I would, if there is at this point anyone that would like to throw out ones that they think are clearly not comparable, I think that's really important as well because, you know, I mean, Collingwood could be a very good comparison for where we could be seeing elements of that sort of growth. And arguably, you know, Cobble Beach is not entirely dissimilar to some of the growth that you see in Collingwood. Sauble, for example, has experienced incredible growth over the last couple of years, a very significant growth. Meaford is a township which has almost identical population, almost identical land area, very different council services, municipal services, but will, from a planning, building, and infrastructure perspective, have very comparable sorts of service provision. So, you know, I think if there are ones which you feel are clearly not, because again, aware that we've at times there have been comparisons we brought back, which council has provided some concern that are not comparisons, and we've had conversations around do we compare ourselves more to Chatsworth and scope of services that we see in Chatsworth, and I know that there are pros and cons of some of the municipalities, and so there are some that I know council has provided clear guidance on the background and don't feel that there are comparisons. So if there are ones you'd like us to take off the table at this point in time, it'd be very useful, as well as the ones that it's useful to put on the table.
I guess for me, I compare Ayr and Ellerslie. They're much kind of the same small hamlets in the geographical area kind of thing. And obviously they don't have any waterfront or shoreline to deal with, but geographically they got, you know, Gates Lake, Tara, and Tesla kind of thing there. So I was kind of comparator I was looking at.
I mean, Collingwood's a good example, but I may not include that one because it's strictly urban, where you want to have an urban-rural mix. So when you look at Southgate, Grey Highlands, Chatsworth, Meaford, Blue Mountains, Saugeen Shores, Ayr and Ellerslie, they've got the urban centers, they've got the rural area, which I think is a good cross-section, which we need to kind of compare ourselves to.
The Blue Mountains, I would see is, yes, it does have that urban rural, but the urban part would probably take it way out. It would be one that I would somewhat question.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would still compare it, but you'd use it as the outer line comparison. That pressure that they're seeing there now is coming your way, right? So don't lose sight of that, right? It's coming. Collingwood, Muskokas, they're full. The pricing is there. Georgian Bluffs has the price point. That pressure is coming. Want to use an in-house example?
Forgive my lack of expertise and experience in this in these conversations. Do we lose something if we don't compare ourselves to other parts of Ontario, like the Muskokas or places, rural municipalities around Huntsville? I guess that's Muskokas, but or around Parry Sound. Is there a broader perspective that we lose perspective on that could be valuable to us?
If I were to think that way outside Grey Bruce, I'd probably go south and look at Huron, Wellington, Dufferin. But are we going too far outside? Do we need to go that far? Or start with Grey Bruce and see how that lands? Because that's going to be enough municipalities in the mix to come up with all the comparators. Councillor Colbert.
Yeah, I like Councillor Day's suggestion. I would rather get more like comparators and go outside of Grey Bruce than to just say we should be looking at Grey Bruce and only Grey Bruce. I think the more comparators you can get that are very similar to ours, the better the data is going to be. So I would support that.
So I'm just going to jump in there quickly. When we're looking at comparators, are you looking at population size, urban-rural mix? What are you looking at there? Because there are 444 municipalities. that we cannot compare to everyone, that we have to scope that down a bit.
Yeah, I think population, I think as Deputy, not Deputy Mayor Winters, Councillor Winters, sorry, had said we need to look at a mix of rural and urban, and we need to look at places that have shoreline because that's the attraction. So I think if we can hit all of those marks, that then we've got a good list of comparators. I don't want to be limited by Grey Bruce only.
Okay, we can work that in. Before we move on to kind of your next section within the township as a whole, are there any other comments you kind of had around your development and infrastructure?
Sam, did we give you enough direction as council of that user fee split? Like we talked 60-40, because Michael had brought that up and we thought that was good. Did we give you enough direction there that you feel comfortable leaving?
I think so. We'll come back and we'll see how you like the policy. Okay, so next up we have our community environmental services. So this is your big chunk of the front-facing part of the organization. So in Appendix A, we do have some historical usage of some common user fees that we have charged in the past. And we tried our best to segment this a bit. So I apologize that some things are grouped a bit that you might want to desegregate a bit, which is perfectly fine. So first up, we have our garbage and recycling. So included in here, you have the costs associated with your closed landfill, your garbage collection, your recycling, your yard waste agreement that you have with Owen Sound. So we do receive a bit of a grant around the recycling aspect from thank you, CMO. So that is what the grant portion is. User fees are typically in the low 30s. Your grant has increased with the CMO agreement, and then your tax levy is your remaining about 50%.
In anticipation that we're going to be changing our household collection system and wheelie bins may be on the horizon, how do we anticipate bag tags being used when everybody's wheeling a large bin that holds more than one bag in it? And I think when I read this is where I really think we're going to have to focus our discussions and directions of how do you deal with the lost bag tag revenue, or how do we implement that?
So I thank you, Councillor Winters. I think just a couple of things to add to that. The other thing we're going to lose is the grant. So the grant walks away. So the grant goes and bag tags go if we went to an automated system. There are technologies, and in fact, I'm a long way down the line of writing the RFP for services. And one of the pieces in the RFP is asking proponents to come up with what a replacement bag tag system could look like. So, speaking to the industry, in cart-based collection systems, the cart-based technology comes with some significant and quite terrifying big brother elements to it. So in cities now, your garbage is actually monitored at the point of collection. So they register your cart as it gets picked up by the vehicle, so it knows which house that cart comes from. There's a video recording taken of the material coming out of the cart as it falls into the truck. They're able to monitor levels of contamination and so on and so forth. They can weigh the cart as it's going in. And that can all be pinned back to the individual residents. I've not yet come across anyone that's using that data to sort of do a user fee basis. So maybe there's a refund which is given at the end of the year if you only put your bin out on half the collection days, for example, rather than all the collection days. Or if your total volume of garbage from that residence is less than the average, you get a refund back or something along those sorts of lines. But it is something that we're asking the proponent to come forward with. The movement to a cart-based system does dramatically impact the ability for us to be able to collect garbage tags.
One more comment that I'm starting to see prevalent, not necessarily in Georgian Bluffs, but in other municipalities, is the removal of public recycling facilities, the bins, because of the new regulations that are coming forth. And are we concerned at all that our recycling percentages are actually going to go down because of that. And what should we be thinking about to increase recycling within the Georgia Bluffs?
So there's a couple of things again, and it might be something we can, if we're talking more broadly around environment, the bag tag fee, in essence, the way we implement it is designed to incentivize less waste. And so less weight in waste, less volume in waste. And so there are a number of strategies. And again, we put these into the RFP to bring back to council. So we've got some pricing and some ideas around what they might look like. But things like source separated organics has a dramatic impact on the volume and weight of garbage that goes to landfill. And so bringing in a source separated organic program could be something that the township would look at. Again, we built it into the RFP, so we know what that might look like or could look like when we come to have those conversations. And that would be one way in which we could support reducing the amount of waste that goes to a landfill. Indeed, the province is mandating that. The use of automated technologies which would detect recycling going into the household waste stream is something again that is built into the RFP. And the entire purpose, and we can go one way or another on this one. I've had many conversations with people over the last year or so on this one, but the entire driver for moving the blue box recycling program out of municipal control and into private control and provincial control is to increase waste diversion targets, which has remained static at about 40% for a number of years. And the province believes that that's not acceptable. And so they are employing a lot of tactics around how much they collect. There is a big conversation going on at the minute around commercial, institutional, and industrial properties, which the new blue box program doesn't respond to. My anticipation is that it's probably going to be a gap which is closed in the next couple of years, just because of the pressure that's being brought to bear. But certainly that is an area, not necessarily a significant area for us as a township, but certainly an area of some significant concern across the province.
Just in lines with the comment made earlier about large garbage bins, and you're talking about RFPs, it's probably worthwhile to consider what other municipalities have gone through in some of these decisions. I believe, maybe Brittany knows more, but I believe Collingwood tried to implement extremely large garbage bins, and that fell completely flat. And I think it's because they were so large that people just couldn't handle them or manage them. So practical things like that need to be taken into consideration as well.
Absolutely. So the RFP an RFP requests proposals. Doesn't say specifically what we want, what we don't want. It has some generalities in there that we want some pricing and ideas back on. But we are looking for proposals. The RFP is leaning very heavily on recent work that's been done. In fact, I believe Owen Sound probably sitting talking about their new waste contract just now. If not to now, then it's later on this afternoon. So there's been a number of municipalities in Grey and Bruce that have recently gone through this, and we're leaning quite hard on their experience to help inform what might and might not work for us. But I think for refocusing the conversation on what Sam, Ms. Buchanan's looking for in terms of our fees and charges, is it something that we want to still, is collecting a fee for use still an important part of garbage collection? Or is this something which, being absorbed back into the tax base more or less fully is something that council wants to consider? Because that definitely influences how we do the RFP process. It definitely influences what the service could look like, because if a service can't be provided without a fee recovery element in it, probably not one that we're going to be carrying forward.
My personal opinion is that we should continue on with some sort of a user fee. I'm just not sure what that's going to look like. User fees promote recycling, and they promote recycling and reduce waste and everything else. But I'm not sure how you can implement that. I'm going to be quite curious as that, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that also. There, you're looking at $1 million here. So. Sure, on the garden side of things. So we're going to try and absorb that through township. That's pretty big post wall. So we got to come up with some sort of avenue to recoup some monies back on that somewhere along the line, I think.
So I'm really enjoying this conversation. I'm nervous to ask the question, but I think it's a really important question to ask because it's one of the questions we've wrestled with to some degree at the staff level. So probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of a garbage tag or a user fee based system are cottage residents who are here for a handful of weeks each year. And in essence, what that ends up with is the tax base offsets the service provision to cottage residents. So the user fee basis does from an equity lens, it becomes beneficial for people who are second homeowners, particularly. Now we have our two costs to waste. We have the waste collection cost, which everybody bears, and then we have the actual waste disposal cost. So the waste disposal piece is really what the garbage tags responds to. So it could be considered fair that people that don't use the service, don't pay for the service, they still have to pay their bit of the garbage collection piece. So when it comes to equity on the waste side of things, should cottage, second homeowners, second property, third property owners in the township be anticipated to pay fairly toward the running of the municipality or equitably based on the services that they use? Is $1 million question when it comes to cottage environments.
I also don't think it's just cottage second resident folks. I think there are people, I think I put my garbage out 4 times a year, and I know I'm not alone in that low use of garbage. So I don't know if it's as simple as cottagers versus full-time residents.
I would agree in that I might put garbage and recycling out once every 6 weeks. So I'm always amazed that they actually notice and pick it up. I don't have any ideas on how you move forward. I mean, because it is going to change. And I think about those big bins and my own situation in the winter, I don't have a spot to put that at the end of the laneway. And there'd be a lot of other people like that, plus the length of the laneway to get a big bin down. Are there other solutions to look at?
So yes, and I'll let you go. I think the important thing for today is what I'm hearing, and I haven't heard anyone speak against it, that user fees associated to waste are good things. So the great news of being council is you just tell us what the policy is. We have to figure out how we do it. And so it, for a number of different reasons, I'm hearing that maintaining a fee on the waste collection side of things is something that's important in whatever way, shape, or form we move forward.
I know there's so many. I just want to take a minute to also acknowledge that sometimes the user fees, they can generate other behavior as well, where garbage could be dumped down a ravine instead of going into the garbage system. So it's not all good. It doesn't always generate the behaviors you want to see.
I was just going to say an option you may have is that you wish to maybe exclude this from your policy for right now, pending the results of your RFP. That is an option as well.
Like Councillor Winters, I feel quite like it's very hard to move forward with any decision making when we don't know what the options are.
Did we not need to have a decision on whether we're doing fees or not in order for the RFP to be done?
No. So the value of this conversation is the RFP has not been released. And so the value of this conversation is coming at exactly the right time. I don't know what a user fee could look like in the future because I have no idea what our garbage collection program could look like in the future. I think the important thing is a user fee should be part of whatever program is to come. And so we have the opportunity to build a program which incorporates a user fee. So, I mean, I think that's the important thing. I'm hearing that a user fee associated to garbage is important, that relying on the tax base 100% to absorb what is basically $1 million worth of costs every single year and that user fees generate increased scrutiny around how much garbage you're doing, waste and recycling. So we have to build a program. And that program is likely to look different to the program we have right now. But what I'm hearing is a user fee is an important part of that program. So that's all we need to worry about at this point. We will bring back results from the RFP for council to have a conversation around and build that program and look at what that program will look like in the future. But I'm hearing user fee is an important part of it.
So another comment I would make is that if we build the user fee into it now and we find that that's not going to work in the future, we can change that. It's not set in stone that we can never change. So we can adjust as we go forward, but at this point, go forward with the user fee.
Yeah, we don't need to know how much that user fee is. We don't need to know how much of the cost necessarily. If we were to start building the policy that it was covering about the same amount as it's covering right now, and then you could look at that policy and go, we'd like it to be more aggressive, we'd like it to be less aggressive. You can certainly adjust those percentages. But if you're reasonably confident with the, what are we at? 30-ish%, 35% of the fee being covered, then we will aim at that sort of level for recovery under the new program. And then you can adjust up or down or decide to get rid of it as you see fit.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm recognizing we're about an hour and a half in. Are you wanting a mid-morning break? I don't know that I can.
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes. Come back at 20 to 11. Okay, we are back, so we'll move on to the next part of this.
Okay, so the next section that we've kind of came up with is parks and recreational. So this includes any sports or arena subsidies. So we've mentioned before the subsidy that we will pay back to our residents when they play minor sports in Owen Sound. That would be included in here. It also has our rail trail, our tennis courts, boat launch, any arena and community centers. So the user fee revenue, it kind of includes floor or ice rentals, meeting room rentals, tennis court applications, boat launch applications, ATV permits. We don't have any operating grants around this. When you are doing something large to a building, you may sometimes receive a capital grant, but nothing from an operating capacity. And then your other revenue in here, we do have a solar panel lease that we have with a third party organization. This is where the funds typically are. So we do see it's slightly declined over the last few years, but we were around the 20%. Now we're more down to the 15 for user fee percentage recuperating rates. So I will open it up to you.
I think I've asked this question every single year, and every year I forget. So forgive me, but we subsidize children playing sports in Owen Sound. Which sports, and does that include swimming lessons?
So it is minor sports. And no, I do not believe swimming is included, but I could be mistaken there. So it's soccer, lacrosse, hockey are the three big ones that we'll see the subsidy come through for.
Baseball,
Baseball, yes.
but not swimming lessons.
Swimming lessons are subsidized, but we have a subsidy with a Wyton Swimming Club, I think. So the affiliated group up there, yes, there is enough that we do subsidize one of the swimming clubs, not the Y. Yeah.
So that's,
yeah.
so sorry, that swim team, like the Owen Sound Swim Club or the Wyton Swim
Yes.
Club, or less, I'm talking.
Not lessons, only clubs. All of our reductions go to affiliated sports groups.
Winners?
Do we actually pay non-user fees? Because swimming lessons are done through the Y, correct? And with our capital contributions over the years to the Y, we don't pay a non-resident sort of fee sort of thing. I believe anything with the Y, correct?
I would say that's correct because I don't think the Y takes part in the annual registration with all the other groups. So it would be soccer, hockey, lacrosse, minor baseball, minor fastball. And I think even minor fastball in Owen Sound is now back to that.
So how is it that we decide which minor sports are selected, or is that all of them? Like, how is this just an historical thing that we go with the three big hockey, soccer, baseball, or, what about other sports?
I think that one is set by Owen Sound, what they are asking for user fees to be paid on which sports. That's a decision of theirs. It doesn't come back to us.
So typically it is if you are charged an out of town user fee for a sport in Owen Sound, that is what we are reimbursing. So the fees that we see come back are around the sports that Mayor Carleton outlined, that I don't see us returning a fee around swimming, but for all I know, maybe Owen Sound does charge that fee, but I think because the lessons and events are ran through the Y, it is not an Owen Sound one.
And because I think the Y has some ownership agreement in the facility so that they charge the same for everybody that's playing there. It doesn't matter where, or swimming there. It doesn't matter where you're coming from.
I might have been thinking about the surcharge that I believe is in place for lessons at Harrison Park swimming pool as opposed to the Y. I just know when my kids were younger, there was a surcharge, so it might have changed as well.
So I believe that has changed, that the Y now actually runs that Harrison Park pool. So that has been eliminated.
I noticed, in the recreational use fees there that didn't have the Derby case in there.
Yep.
Sir?
It is included in the expenditures, and or are you looking at the appendix?
Yeah.
Oh, that was just some user fees that we pulled out. It is not a representation of all user fees that you have. We just selected a few that it was easy to identify its usage.
From a ice perspective, all of our peak user times are booked out. Like most arenas, we have quiet times. So we don't see much in the way of use Monday through Friday between 8 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But between 4 and midnight, pretty much 7 days a week. And on Saturdays and Sundays, it's pretty much fully booked. Yeah. This last year's was the busiest year we've ever seen. And that was with one of our large historic user groups no longer being present in the arena. So.
Just a question regarding boat launch. I see that number of permits historically is 2021 was 158, 2022 is 144, and 2023 144. How many permits passes do we traditionally give on a year-to-year basis? What's the max we can do?
I don't know that there is a maximum. I believe we print 150 stickers each year, but I don't think that is by any means a limitation on we only sell 150.
Anecdotally, speaking to Zach, who's managed this program for quite some time, we find Barmy Beach, we have no real challenges. Big Bay is a challenge, full stop, but we have no acute challenges at Big Bay, and it's certainly a lot harder to manage the access to Big Bay because it's not gated. But at Barmy Beach, we do express some user concerns that at the current permit level, it gets a little challenging some days to launch, put in, put out at Barmy. So the current permit limit that we've been seeing, Zach believes is pretty much as many as we can accommodate at Barmy. And Barmy's the big one. You buy for both, but Barmy's the one where we have a real space concern.
That then something we should consider capping, or is that part of this dialogue?
So that's pretty much where the 150 is coming from. That seems to be where we're naturally capping out at, and it would be one that, if we were to consider trying to more aggressively sell permits there, then we would be challenged. And I think in terms of boat launches, we spend relatively little on them. There is some maintenance work and a capital fund that money goes into to help with that maintenance work, but they're relatively small areas. From an operations perspective, there's not a great deal of grass cutting. We provide a couple of porta potties, and that's really it.
I imagine it's relatively low expenditure until something big needs to happen, as it might in the future if we're responsible for maintaining some of the infrastructure or all of the infrastructure. So is it a healthy reserve, and are the boat launches in good shape for the next few years, decade?
So I don't have the reserve balance amount right in front of me at this moment, but both your boat launch and your tennis courts, any surplus user fees that are generated do go into those specific reserves. Bear with me, I might be able to get amounts here in a minute.
I should say the other big cost, or the other cost associated with both, is they're not ours. So we operate them under a lease agreement with the federal government. So there's a lease that we have to pay for access to both sites.
Probably the other bigger issue with that Barmy Beach one is the size of the parking lot. And the fact that anybody pulling in there is pulling in with a vehicle and a trailer that's then going to park. So you have to limit somewhat for that. Councillor Coburn, you had a comment?
It's more of a question, and it's sort of related, but not exactly. Do we have informal boat launches within our boundaries that people, Did I open up a can of worms? I'm just thinking of the boat launch, and I think it's at the one end of Old Mill. I understand that's hours, but it's not open as a boat launch, but it's used as a boat launch. Are there opportunities for another boat launch there, or is that parking going to be more challenging than it's worth? I mean, if people are already launching there, is that something we can capitalize on?
We were to start managing those, we would have to make some improvements and enhancements to them to support that sort of use. And I think the use of them is fairly small. So Sutakriti, there's a couple of guys that launch a boat in there for the Salmon Spectacular, but it's a very small boat. And in fact, last year I watched them try and launch it, and they gave up after a short while. And in Oxenden, again, you got very, very shallow water there, so it's difficult to launch. So it's really locals that will know where they can and can't do that. It's not high volume. We don't have a high issue with vehicle parking and trailers. So really, the only place you can launch is a more sizable craft is Barbie Beach or Big Bay.
Thank you. And I know that the Sitakriti boat launch was a big issue with the former term of council, and it actually, to my understanding, was closed off to all boats because of the locals' concern over children swimming there and the park being right there, as well as safety of backing vehicles up. So people are launching boats there. I don't think they are supposed to be. But anyway, thank you for that explanation.
There are also some public access points that we don't highly publicize around inland lakes like Francis Lake. So there are areas where people can get in, but we don't size those.
And again, we don't have anything that would come close to a sort of a boat launch in those areas. So in most instances outside of Barmy Beach or Big Bay, whether it be on the inland lakes or the Georgian Bay coastline, really you're talking about kayaks, paddleboards, canoes that can easily be lifted from a vehicle parked some distance away and taken to water.
I know you've talked about this kind of department a few different times. Are you wanting to cap boat launches at 150 or lower with the concerns that you've raised there? That's something we can build into the policy. And I do just want to loop back around. Are you wanting to stay, recognizing we've decreased our percentage even in 2021 when facilities were closed at different times, in 2022 when facilities were closed? Our current user fee recuperating rate is less than when we were experiencing COVID. Are you wanting to maybe see that brought back up, or are you comfortable around the 15%?
I personally would like to see it come back up to that, closer to that 20% would be my thought. I think the users of the facilities should be paying a little more toward that because that's a huge impact on the tax base. Councilor Cover.
I 100% agree that there should be more user pay for those facilities. 100%.
What is the user fee for running for the boat launch to get a key or the tennis court?
So tennis courts is $60 for a single person for the season, and a family rate is $90. And then the boat launch is $78 for the season if you are a resident, and $104 for the season if you are not a resident.
I will briefly note that even adjusting those two fees quite aggressively isn't going to do a great deal to shift that percentage because we're talking about a very, very low number of users. In essence, if we want to significantly adjust that percentage, we're talking about ice time at Shallow Lake. That's where the big cost is going to be because that's the user fees. And we do know that our ice time is fairly competitively priced right now. So we would be increasing to bridge that gap. I'm forecasting policy being approved and us then presenting a fee bylaw, but to increase that gap, we are probably going to have ice, which will be one of the more expensive in the area in order to bridge that gap to get up back towards that 20%.
Councillor Winters had something first.
Thank you. And again, I was going to support that. And I think what we need to do is really look at where our user fees are in relationship to our neighbors. We need to get closer to 20. I don't know that 20 is the number. Launch fees, I mean, yeah, it's a very small thing. I think you need to look at capping Balmy Beach because there is a parking issue. How you cap Balmy Beach and still allow people access to Big Bay is going to be a bit of a challenge for you. And when just one clarification point, when you say non-residents still get an opportunity, if we cap that Balmy Beach boat launch, I think we have to be careful of how many non-residents we allow in. And is a non-resident somebody that doesn't own property? I mean, we give cottagers right over non-residents. Just some clarity points there. But if you're going to cap, I think we cap with Georgian Bluffs residents first. And then whoever doesn't buy, then you open it up to a lottery for non-residents.
It's just going back to the comment about facilities, arenas and comparable arenas in the area. Again, I think it's important to compare like for like. So Shallow Lake arena, we would want to compare with a similar type of arena elsewhere. It's a pretty good ice surface. Like people want to play there, right? So just compared to maybe some smaller arenas that aren't as nice a facility wouldn't be fair in terms of fees, I don't think.
Shallow Lake is a great arena and we make the best ice in Grey Bruce. And I'll say that on record for anyone that might be watching. We make the best ice in Grey Bruce. So we really do have great ice here. We tend to benchmark ourselves more toward the Owen Sound comparators than we would the other way. And so, you know, we have quite aggressive fee pricing at our arena, and we can certainly look to sharpen that for this year. We've tracked against inflation, generally speaking. I think we had applied 3% in 2023 and 2%, I think, was 2024, maybe the other way around. It's in that sort of order of magnitude. So by tracking against inflation, with inflation having run as it is, we naturally drifted costs to recovery.
So with the boat launch, if we were going to try and give residents priority, do we give a date they need to buy theirs by, and after that it's opened up? And then a question around the tennis courts. At one point we had issue with allowing pickleball into those. Are we still doing that and having the same issues, or are they specific to tennis?
The courts, there's two courts. One court is painted only for tennis. One court is painted both for tennis and pickleball. The pickleball club does have pickleball nets on site, so they can play when the nets are up. Zach and myself have fairly regular conversations around this one, and the balance at the minute seems to be reasonably good. There is a little bit of tension, and we may need to adjust future so that maybe there are certain days, times where pickleball would be played and tennis would be played, because the two sports do not cooperate well in the same space. Very different perspectives on the racket sports from the two user groups. So there's a difference in use. So we have talked about the potential for swapping out days. We are going to be undertaking a survey of the key holders this year to make sure. The other thing we might need to do down there at some point is actually check on key holders. We issue new keys every single year, but we don't monitor. We don't have anyone that proactively monitors to make sure the people that are on the court at any one particular time have paid for keys. And so if a member of the community allows their key to be copied or shares their key amongst others, we don't track that in any way, shape or form. Again, relatively small number of people purchase keys each year. So again, it's trying to balance out how much do we chase for cents on the dollar. Do we spend $300 chasing $100 of extra revenue? And so we need to do a little bit of checking into how much non-paid for play happens down there.
Just further to that then, when we've got pickleball in the community centers, is it necessary to also have it at the tennis court?
Again, we know that there are people that have bought the keys this year to play pickleball down there. So they're keen to play outside. So there will be players, I'm sure, just with any sport, I'm sure there will be some players that prefer to play pickleball outdoors and don't like playing it indoors, and others that will only play indoors, not outdoors, and some that will do both. But we know that there are pickleball players that purchase keys.
Okay, so we have that you do want us to investigate and try to get around that 20% recuperating rate again. Priorities around youth subsidy, which you had previously talked, and enhancing our comparables for ice time to be that of Owen Sound.
Are there things you'd like to add in there? So would you like us to look, cast our minds wider for things that we could charge for that we are not charging for at this point in time? So for example, we have a pavilion at Sarawak Family Park, which is a first come, first served type pavilion. We could look at whether or not we made that a bookable venue and there was a charge applied for it. So if you wanted to come and have a family barbecue down there, you're going to pay for it. So there are areas that we could look at for new fees in terms of the recreation area. They're fairly limited, and I'll be honest, I've worked in fee generating recreation for a while. Some of them you just end up upsetting people rather than helping, and we certainly do have to bear in the back of our minds that some of our inside venues are old and older, and don't have many of the bells and whistles that you would find in other venues, but we can certainly look to see if there are other opportunities.
I think an advantage of being able to book the Sarawak Pavilion is that you can hold an event with confidence that you'll have access to that space. And I do not know how well it is used and if it justifies that level of bookability. But I definitely have appreciated that about the Owen Sound Pavilion in the past, knowing that we'd have it at 2:00 on whatever Saturday for the event we were holding.
So we can have a look at that. The other big one is parking fees. So there's a bunch of places. We got some parking lots that get very full. Sarawak is full at the weekends. We've got an agreement with Grace Orville Conservation Authority over the road at Barmy Beach. We've got Centennial Park. We've got Cedar Hill Park, which have finite parking spots available to them. Is parking revenue something that council would like us to look into? And I'm not suggesting this is either a good thing or a bad thing.
Before we touch on that one, I am receptive to looking at additional user fees, but I'd be very cautious about, the potential and for revenue versus the cost for expenses to administer those. And I look at, the pavilion being, are you going to generate enough money to actually try to please that? But I am receptive to doing that if they're there. Parking, I think if you went down that path, you'd end up looking at it and saying, listen, Georgian Bluffs residents get free parking. Non-residents would have to pay. So you'd end up mailing everybody a parking pass as North Bruce Peninsula does for theirs. So, I mean, there are things there, but I mean, let's just throw that out there right at the moment that I have no appetite to charge people at Georgian Bluffs parking.
Exact same comments as Councillor Winters. I will be, I'm not a proponent for charging residents of Georgian Bluffs any sort of parking fees, but if we could implement something for non-residents, charging non-residents parking fees, then that might be something that I'd be interested in doing, but I'm not going to stand for any sort of charging for non-residents, or for charging of residents of Georgian Bluffs parking fees.
So I'm somewhat on the same of not charging, but I would say not charging for anyone. I think the logistics of figuring out who's getting charged and all of that and putting a system in place and staff monitoring that and everything, I don't think it's worth it. And if it's non-residents, they're here in our community, they're probably spending money at our businesses and that type of thing. I think there's sufficient coming back in through other avenues than to actually be charging people. I probably lean toward not booking at Sarawak Family Park. And yet I get what Councillor Day is saying about being able to book and know that you've got it for a certain event. We provide these spaces for families from within the township and outside to go and use them. I think I'd like to keep it all open for everybody. I think, well, I'd like to see us charge more and get more fee revenue. Not so sure I want to do it in the parks and recreation area of that type of thing.
I like the idea of charging for pre-booking the pavilion, and perhaps we could do that on a pilot trial basis to see how it goes for a year. I agree with Councillor Day's comments. It's nice to know that if you're having a family reunion, there's a space there to accommodate that. Not sure how I feel about parking. I did have one question that's probably very insignificant, but the drop-in price for pickleball, in my opinion, was way too low. Have we increased that? Like we could easily, wasn't it $3? I mean, $5 would be, it's a drop in the bucket, right? But I would think that's one area where we could charge. Unless we've already done that and I'm not aware.
Just looking for clarity. It is not a fee that is pickleball drop-in session. It is public drop-in sessions. So our skating as well is included in there. So yes, $3. So just wanted to differentiate that. We are happy to look at it more if that is one that you do want to see increase, but it right now is referred to as a public drop-in.
Yeah, so I don't think we should charge for parking either there. I think it's going to be more administrative headaches than anything else. As much as I can understand the idea of booking the pavilion, there's going to be administrative and bylaw people have to be involved to make sure that that pavilion space is open for you when you've got a book for 2 o'clock, when everybody else showed up at 9 o'clock in the morning's been there all day. I think you can get into probably arguments and disagreements over that. Again, as much as I Harrison Park, I don't know whether you book theirs or you do book theirs down there. Right. So, all right. So, well, so I get it. Yeah, supposed to. Right. So anyway, it's, I don't have a problem with doing that, but again, I'm not sure how that'll play with the administrative side of things. So was Brian going to get phone calls about, a confrontation happened at Sarawak Park. So that would be my only concern on it. Is anybody, if there ever, like as far as the parking goes, I'm just throwing this out there. Is there ever anybody else out there ever had like a donation? Like you have a sign there saying donating to scan it, you make a donation to the township for park cleanup or whatever. And I don't know, anybody ever do that out there, or but most people just ignore all that.
So conservation authorities are probably the one I'd lean on the most. And I've got some familiarity with several of the way in which they work. Yes, there are organizations that do it, and indeed there are apps out there that make it quite easy to do so. There's several big apps now that allow for you to do that in a relatively hands-off sort of a way. Based on some of the bylaw follow-ups that have been done, there is a very low percentage uptake. So generally speaking, it hits people that are visitors because they'll visit and they think there might be a bylaw officer sneaking around the corner, but anyone that's local just ignores it. Or if you're in there every single day, they tend to get ignored. So they're not massive revenue sources by any stretch of imagination, but there are apps that are out there. Again, they need to be supported by a fee. So what you're not really asking for a voluntary contribution. You're asking for your parking here, it's $5. You pay using the app, but then you're basically not putting anyone in there to enforce it or follow up. And so those that are feeling inclined will pay their $5 to park. Those that are not will not. And that's the way it works. But as I say, they're just not big revenue sources. The other thing is the easy way of doing it is to use the apps, and the apps usually have about a 50% take. So every $5 you make, you're only getting $2.50 because they take $2.50 off you.
Are we having any issues with any complaints of overnight camping in any of our parks?
Very few, but each year we get a handful. And again, overnight camping is one thing. It tends to be more trying to live in rather than overnight camp as part of a vacation or a transient camping. So we get the occasional complaint and concern raised about Sarawak. In fact, there was somebody in there last week, parked their RV up overnight and wandered off in the morning. Had a word with them. There's a gentleman who routinely tries to stay for prolonged periods of time in Centennial Cedar Hill Park, Park, that we have conversations with on a fairly regular basis through the summer. another gentleman that tends to come and camp for periods of time down in Oxenden, and we have words with him on the Shoreline Road Allowance most years. We've also had a number of instances. There's a few websites out there that promote overnight camping locations, particularly for RVs. Shallow Lake Arena occasionally gets up on that website. They're very good with working with us when we ask them to take it off there. And we did that at the beginning of last year. We had fairly low number of people using Shallow Lake Arena overnight through that. And Balmy Beach occasionally gets used. Balmy Beach is now a bit busier, and that has slowed down that use and decreased that use. But with Shallow Lake occasionally gets RVs are pulling overnight, but it's not a significant issue and one that we've been able to control fairly easily.
So is that at Shallow Lake a potential revenue that we could look at, allowing overnight camping with RVs and such? And I think of just RVs, not somebody pulling in with a tent wanting to set up. Or does that get out of hand with people staying longer term?
I think with Shallow Lake, it's less the longer term use. It's more the fluctuating use of that arena space, and the challenge with having, even if you only had 2 or 3 RVs in there this Saturday, it would have been a real pain for the lacrosse tournament trying to get them cleaned out. We have the antiques fair that comes in, so Shallow Lake is quiet for a lot of time, but when it's not quiet, it's absolutely full. And so every square inch of space gets used in there. So I think it would be something I'd be concerned about potentially. The other thing is that for Walmart, Walmart actively encourages it and has a big parking lot and the facilities that are dedicated for it. So for anyone that's thinking of passing through, Walmart is the place to go.
Think a lot about parking, and I feel like if we were ever to embark in paid parking, we would want to do it very well and research it very thoroughly and figure out. I think some of the better examples I've seen of it working include having a summer student monitoring a space, a person to explain why there's a fee and collect the fee and help people pay for the fee. So I don't know that we have the staffing or interest at this point in time, but I would also say it could possibly be a way to help control overcrowding of some areas as when we're at our high points of busyness in the summer.
So Grace Sauble does do paid parking and do quite well at it, but they are monitoring and they've got the larger lots to be able to do that. I don't think we've got, other than community centers, really a big enough parking lot to get into that. Like none of our parks have a big enough area. So, but Grace Sauble does very well at it. So if we wanted to go that route, they'd be one to talk to.
Okay, thank you. A lot of information around there, so we'll digest it and see what we can come back with. So next up, we have our other community environmental. So the major themes within this is your operations, the administration of it, the roadways. You have your brook drain, your road maintenance programs, whether that's hardtop or gravel, drainage, your fleet, winter control, and street lights. So these are ones that they're always going to be heavily funded from the tax levy. There is not much around user fees that you can implement. That what you are seeing here as your mixture is fairly reasonable. But welcome any discussions or comments you may have.
I'm not seeing any comments.
Okay, so our policy will kind of speak to you want to remain status quo.
So I've seen that the civic address signs, there was 48 addresses that in 2021, and then since then it's been progressively going down. Can you speak to that at all? Why was that?
I think this is to do with we need to issue a fire number and civic address for each property that fronts onto a township road, so it's directly correlated to addressing. So Cobble Beach has been quite a driver for municipal addressing. And if it's on a Grey Road 1, then we wouldn't see that because it goes to Grey Road. So it's basically new development lots that are coming on stream.
Okay, that was an easy one. So the next kind of pocket of fees that we're going to be looking at is the Office of the CAO and Corporate Services. So this department also includes council themselves. So as an overall, we are a little limited in what we can do. We will be over the next little bit determining and trying to gather some information around how can we maybe allocate out to the other departments some of these. Just right now, we don't have the information around that. So we know council. Michael, I'm going to pick on you here, but planning, it spends a lot of time around the horseshoe just because of the legislation that there may be capabilities to allocating out some of that total expenditures towards the planning department and then building it into how we have our recuperating there. So this department as a whole is a bit limited, but we will go through it. So around cemeteries. So this includes both your open and closed cemeteries. And you've seen influxes of usage, and it's going back stable here where there are some limitations as to what we can charge around the BAO, Bereavement Authority. But I'm welcome to hear any comments around this. If you're comfortable with status quo.
I was just going to ask Carly if she has any suggestions or if you think the balance is correct there or if there are any other opportunities that we should be looking at.
Sure, thank you. So as Sam alluded to, we do have inactive cemeteries, which will keep that burden a little bit higher because we don't generate revenue from those cemeteries. Our fees have remained relatively the same for a decade. So we do have some capability to do a more comprehensive study across the board. We did see a more of an increase in the sales fees and burial fees last year. That was simply just to keep up with the increased cost of that service being provided. So it's certainly possible for us to do a comprehensive study, see what other cemeteries charge, and what would make us more competitive. Because those fees really have remained the same for a really long time, and since we are new to cemetery operation, we kind of just continue status quo for a long time. But certainly is some opportunity there, and then our cemeteries have ample room for growth. So yeah, there's options there. There are other administrative fees we could charge that we don't currently charge. So more work could be undertaken there.
So thanks for that. I would think just to be consistent with the other areas we've looked at, if we're looking at in being in line with comparators, that might be something we want to look at. Thanks for that info.
Yeah, I'd have been in agreement with that too. You just look at the comparisons from 2021 to 2024, we're on the wrong direction on this is cost the taxpayer, right? So it certainly is something we should be looking at and trying to get back to. Obviously things were okay in 2021, but yeah, we still looked at.
So one thing I will briefly flag on this one is this is one of the more interesting ones from a municipal perspective is there are direct comparators in the private sector on this one. So we are competing with the private sector. There are private sector cemetery spaces, church-based cemetery spaces, and commercially run cemetery spaces that we're a competitor to. And so this is one of those ones where understanding the municipal role in the cemetery business is an influence on user fees. So is the desire to be competitive with our competitors or to provide a socially accessible means for end of life care. And so I think that there's some of the conversations. This is one of the ones when Ms. Buchanan said, we might not get all of them out in front of you for this year. This is one of the ones which might take a little bit more time unpacking and trying to establish where we're at. But any comments on those, I think, would be welcome.
Yep. Carly, if you wouldn't mind just refreshing my memory, but are we doing a columbarium at Oxenden? And if we are, is there any flavor to do one at the Boyd Cemetery as well?
Thank you for the question. So Oxenden Cemetery columbarium will be installed next month. So the concrete pad has been poured. Things are ready to go. We're just waiting on delivery. As well, there will be another one going in at Mount Pleasant, probably in October, which you will see a report come back to council. And then for Boyd, there is capability within that cemetery at the back of it, which we would hope to slate for expansion for columbariums, as it's not suitable for burial plots. So there certainly is a lot of capability for us with those columbariums. They are a popular option. And the other thing I wanted to mention too is that when you're looking at these numbers, keep in mind that we can't predict the number of sales that we're going to see each year. 2024 has been a much lower than usual year for our sales.
So the comment I would make here on this one, I don't disagree with increasing the fees, but I think the amount of work that would go into it for the potential cost savings that we have or could ultimately achieve here, when I look at the number of other things we've kind of given direction that we want reports coming back on, I think I would slot this one fairly down and low on that priority list, just because there's not going to be a huge tax dollar saving on it. If that makes sense. Councillor Coburn?
I guess that to me, that would depend on the amount of work that would be required to bring a report back. So I think you said something about a comprehensive study, and that raised a bit of a red flag for me as well. But if it's a matter of something that can be done fairly quickly and easily, I don't know why we wouldn't undertake that along with the rest of the work for fees and charges.
So if I may, once we get through all of these, we're going to loop back to your overall goals and objectives, and then that's where we can kind of set which ones are your highest priority and kind of in essence rank them with what do you want us to first tackle, because I don't believe we're going to get through all of them for the 2025 year, recognizing we're almost halfway through June and your fees and charges bylaw comes back to you typically in December, but you also have to get a policy in front of you before we can do the new bylaw.
How closely, if at all, are the fees for cemeteries tied to what we talked about on the township tour regarding changing social needs for cemeteries?
I would say we really haven't addressed that at this point in time. The fees, as I mentioned, have remained the same basically since we assumed the cemeteries around 2015. So as needs progress, the other thing that needs to be mentioned when we're talking about cemeteries is our cemetery bylaw. So our regulatory bylaw is very much stuck at the point for which it was enacted. So it is due for a comprehensive update that would see a change in our fee structure as well. So there are significant pieces that need to go into the comprehensive look we have at fees and charges, and the cemetery bylaw would be one of those things. That will be a significant body of work. It is a highly regulated process under the Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act, as well as the commenting agency, who is the Bereavement Authority of Ontario. So it's probably not work that we would be looking at accomplishing in 2025, perhaps 2026, but certainly work that we could start in 2025. It just wouldn't come full circle for another few years, more than likely.
Okay. So we will see what we can do around our cemeteries. So next up, we have our animal control and livestock funding. So this is the agreement with Owen Sound Animal Shelter, and we charge dog tags for that. And then we also have our going to call it a farmer's program, where if cattle or animal on your property does get damaged, that you can claim and get some funds back in the other, which is the funds we receive from OMAFRA, and we play a role of flow through, and we get to keep a set administrative fee on that.
So on the animal portion of it for farmers, I recently had someone calling me asking who the evaluator was, and I could give the name and the number, but only because I knew they had been on the website trying to find that, and they couldn't find it. When I went in and did a search, I couldn't find it. So maybe if we can give that a little more priority on the website. That just, when you mentioned that, Sam, it brought it to mind that I'd had that call recently.
Thank you. Just to comment on that, it is a preferred process for farmers to get in contact with the clerk's department to determine if they're eligible. So before the evaluator goes out to the property, we need to ensure that they have a valid registration number with OMAFRA and OFA registration number. And so we do sort of go through a questionnaire before we send the livestock valuer that way. We do have the contacts on hand though, and we can provide people assistance in that regard. It's just more helpful to go through the eligibility process before we commence the process.
Okay, that's good, I think, for everyone to know, because I wasn't aware of that, and I do know this one is a definite OFA, so yeah, no, definitely this one was.
While we're on animal control, something the township, I actually don't remember the last time we did it. Some townships will have a summer student or something that goes out to each house and will update the dog registry. Right now, we operate very much on a honesty program, whereby I've had some calls where people are telling me their dog has passed and I can hear it barking. So we just take them at their word right now. So is that something you maybe you'd see the cost benefit associated with that?
I guess that one comes back to, what's the benefit? So I would ask you a historical question. Sometime in 2017 or 18 is when the municipality implemented that buy your dog tag online and do the renewal. What have we historically seen for decline? I'm assuming every year since that was implemented, we've gone down, right? And you look at these numbers, if there's 1,000 dogs licensed in Georgian Bluffs, it's less than 10% of the people that actually own a dog. Seems a little alarming. But to invest in a dog tag and send somebody door to door, do we actually see a return on that? Is it a wise investment at this time?
That would be my thought as well, because looking at that, the tax levy has been $7,200 as a percentage of the overall taxes. What does it cost us to go back to a different system of trying to go out and get everybody on their dog tag? Like, I think we have to weigh the time spent and the cost spent with how much are we actually going to get in.
Completely fair and understandable. If we were to be looking at a summer student, that's a minimum about 20,000 to get that back in dog tags. Also right now, when we're looking at dog tags, we do have a preferred pricing if you pay by the May 15th. Is that something as well that you would look at keeping? We also have staggered based on the number of dogs, that the more number of dogs, the fee per dog is higher. Is that something you guys are comfortable with?
So I'm going to use Blue Mountain as an example here. They do what's called an early bird pricing, whereas if you buy your 5x7 before X date, you get a better price. Is that what you're referring to with the dog tag? Okay, I might support that. I don't know if it, sure, maybe, yeah.
I don't know. Is that worth the administrative hassles, or do we just say if you have a dog, you pay this much, regardless of when you register your dog?
So speaking from history, that date and a fee change does incentivize quite a few people to actually make sure they pay, and then we'll get the calls after, oh, I forgot.
We've had that structure for a number of years where it's, so anybody who is paying their dog fees on time is aware of that. Councillor Day?
Can you remind me or tell me how the animal, like, was it Grey Bruce Animal Shelter that benefits from this, or?
So we have an agreement with Own Sound Animal Shelter that they will kind of monitor for us. And if there is a dog that needs taken while we are finding an odor, they will come and house it for the period of time. And then if a resident does need to pay their fees with Own Sound Animal Shelter, that is external from the township.
With that in mind, 20,000 may not be significant in the municipal world. Is it significant to the Owen Sound Animal Shelter?
We're not paying those funds to the Owen Sound Animal Shelter. They just, if there's a dog on the loose, somebody can call and they'll go out and get the dog and take it back. And then the owner has to pay any cost for that.
Just to simplify, the Owen Sound Animal Shelter provides us with our animal control responsibilities. So if a dog is on the loose or at large, as we call it, we call the Owen Sound Animal Shelter and they collect the animal on our behalf. Traditionally, that responsibility would be held with by law enforcement officer, for example. So rather than taking it internally, we simply contract those responsibilities out. And that's what's reflected on the screen.
So that cost is per dog that the Owen Sound Animal Shelter collects, or is it an annual fee that we pay, a contract fee to them?
It is the contract fee. That's negotiated per the contract terms. So it's not per occurrence. It's a monthly fee.
I think I understand better now. I think that particular field is one that is a challenging field sometimes, and I don't know the Owen Sound Animal Services well enough to know if they are always seeking funding, but just it came to mind as something it could have been beneficial.
So I should stress this is a fee paid for a service offered. So if the service was not offered, the cost would not be there. So this is not 34,000 that we give towards the efforts of the animal shelter. This is 34,000 that we pay them to have a staff person on standby 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to respond to animal cases in the township. So this is clearly a fee for service, and 2 or 3 municipalities paying that may pay for a person, and one municipality dropping out from providing that service may cause some pain. But this is a fee for service, not toward the overall running of the animal shelter.
I think it's also worth noting that that's not, for us to have somebody internal in bylaw looking after that would be probably of more cost to the municipality than it is to contract that service out.
Okay, so I'm hearing you guys are comfortable with status quo around this. But we will move to next. So the next one that we have is our police and fire funding. You again will see that it is extremely heavy tax levy. You do get a small amount back from policing for the RIDE grant. And otherwise it is funded from the tax levy. Open to comments.
I'll start. One of the things that I've been looking into and considering recently is actually billing for fire calls. And historically, let's go back to the day when fire departments were developed by insurance companies to protect the insurance company's assets. And over time, they've been amalgamated back into the municipal act. We as ratepayers now are paying. Don't get me wrong. I mean, everybody deserves service and we need to provide that service. But when there's an insurance company that we're protecting their assets behind the scenes, there's a way to recoup costs. You know, a car accident, they damage municipal infrastructure, the insurance company pays. There are companies out there are programs out there that can look into that, that can administer that. But when you start looking at 99% of our costs of a fire department are paid for by the taxpayer, and there are avenues out there to recoup some of those costs, I think we need to investigate those costs and see what's out there for us.
I'm not sure if you're speaking of the same type of service that I have run into at different trade shows at conferences that are promoting that kind of service to go out and recoup some of those costs through insurance. But I did bring that back to council, I think it was last term of council, and it was explained to me that there were problems associated with that system. And I think it had to do with privacy and sharing of information. So this conversation's ringing a bell to me. I know we have discussed it last term of council. I just don't remember the particulars. Having said that, it's always worth looking into.
Yes, so Fire Marquee is one of the ones that have been. I believe there are others out there. There's also some municipalities that I have seen where if it's a motor vehicle accident and you are not a resident, you may get a bill. All of that we need to figure out what data we can gather up around it, but we definitely can investigate some of those insurance recuperating programs that may be out there, and it maybe doesn't have to be specific to fire.
That might be a good area to bring the fire chief in on, because I know he has looked into that because I have talked to him. And the same thing, Fire Marquee, that is usually at all the trade shows. So I think Jeff would have a lot of information for us there that we could maybe start from. So next Intertownship Fire Department meeting, do we want to add that to an agenda?
So I just want to caveat, it would be a fee to Georgian Bluffs, not a fee to Intertownship Fire Department. So it is not the most appropriate to be at an ITFD meeting. It needs to be around our council horseshoe.
So Meaford does implement some of these sorts of ideas in its own planning of its department, but to reinforce, this is not something we can ask the board to consider for us. This is a cost recovery to the township.
Okay, so we will look into that and see what we are able to investigate and find. From a policy perspective, depending on when we are able to get information, it may be that the policy speaks to what is the current practice, and then the policy can be changed and would be changed if you do wish to implement something similar or that of Fire Marquee. Okay, so our last little section of information that we had was around our other Office of the CAO and Corporate Services. So when we are looking at this, this does include council, the township's contribution to the biodigester, administration, so your corporate services, property standards and bylaw, conservation, the amounts that we give Grace Sobel, your emergency management plans, the library contributions, health and safety, and your treasury department. So you are a little limited in a sense in how much you can recuperate this as is. But again, as I mentioned before, as we move through different iterations of a user fee policy, there may be the potential to allocate out some of these costs to your different departments that you do see more prominent user fees in.
Question, but I don't know if it falls under this section or not, but the STA program we're implementing, is that part of fees and services too, or would that fall under something different?
I was going to say the overall program would fall in here, but it would be set separately from this user fee bylaw in the short-term accommodations bylaw.
Opposite. The licensing and the administrative fees that we've presented in the report within this council or within this agenda, they are proposed to be built into the annual fees and charges bylaw, so they can be subject to inflationary rates or regular reviews throughout the years.
And I think it's worth noting that I think we're working on the direction that this should be aimed to be 100% cost recovery. So the intention that staff are working on, the direction that we have on this one is there should be no cost to the short-term accommodation bylaw to the tax base. It should be 100% cost recovery. We still have some work to do to see whether we can get there, but that's the direction we're working on at this point.
Just as a question to staff then, I don't totally remember all the areas you say are covered in this one. Are there areas where staff see that we could do additional fee recovery, or are there areas where we're not doing things that other municipalities do?
We can look at it more, but nothing really jumped out to me as being cost beneficial.
Go back about 10, 15 minutes in dialogue to Carly with the cemetery discussion. At some point, you mentioned that there was additional fees and services that we could potentially implement. Is there anything that you know off the top of your head that you'd be referencing in that description? Anything that comes to mind?
Off the top of my head, we did introduce a new fee in 2024, which we're still working through. The reason we're seeing less in sales is because we're seeing more in the use of generational plots. So we are seeing people using existing plots that their family owns rather than purchasing a new plot to accommodate their burial. And so I think there's a correlation between those two things. So we will be looking at that fee and determining whether it's appropriate to recover the cost of the administration we're seeing, because when you're looking at a few generations out, you're looking at a lot of administrative work and a lot of time that's taken up. Rayburn, my deputy clerk, is more involved with the day-to-day, and I'm more involved with the management of cemeteries. And she will tell you that, 6 months of the year, that's her primary occupation, just sifting through burial requests from these, intertangled files that we're seeing. And, it's been presented to council previously with the cemetery software that we're working through those records and trying to decrease the burden on us as administrators. So there's certainly things we're working through, but that fee is something that people charge a lot more for because it does take a lot of time. So that fee is definitely something that we have on our docket to address in 2025.
While we have you talking about cemeteries, do you ever get requests from folks about greener burials, more environmentally friendly types of processes?
Thanks for the question. We do. Unfortunately, our cemetery bylaw does not permit it at this time. The closest you get to a green burial is a pine box. So at this time, it isn't something that that we accommodate as a township, but certainly in the upcoming cemetery bylaw review, we can have a look at
that. Okay, so those were all the kind of departments that we had. So I just want to go back to some guiding principles. So we talked about at the start here some overall goals and objectives. Are you still comfortable with the goal of affordability, fairness, and equity? And looking at some taxpayer versus non-taxpayer, and youth versus adult versus not-profit, and just thoughts there if you wish to go back to any of that.
And I also heard that, and my handwriting's not as neat as Brian's. So I also heard that there was a desire not just to compare the fee necessarily, but also to look at the percentage subsidy comparison. So if our recreation subsidy is, we're subsidizing it by 20%, we want to make sure that the fees are important, but that's generally that 20% is perhaps similar amongst those comparators.
Okay. So you've also talked about inflationary metrics. Are you wishing for that to be tied within the policy to CPI as an appropriate inflationary? Are you wanting to see that within a policy?
I do. I think it's a better approach than, 8 years or 9 years or 10 years down the road saying, oh my God, we're way behind and now we have to try to hurry up and catch up. I don't know what the proper, help me with my wording. You just said cost increase in, yeah. I don't know if that's the proper tool to use. You're the chartered accountant. You tell us what's the proper tool to use, and I think as long as we're increasing in some way each year and not trying to play catch up, for me that would be the goal.
I might go a little further on that one and say that we're looking at this every year at budget time. It could be brought back that if we were using CPI, is it coming in at 6%? Do we look at it and say, that's going to put us up too high, we can adjust to 3% for that year? Or if it's coming in at 2%, we're looking and saying we need more like 5, that we could do. We can have it in there, but we can take a look at it just to make sure that it's keeping us on track.
Yes, so your policy could have a set, but every year when you are looking at the bylaw that would be put in front of you, reflecting on the policy, you can choose to go away from what the policy said, but the policy at least gives us a metric to start with.
Interested in knowing what other municipalities do in terms of their policy for keeping up with inflationary rates. It's all over the map.
User fees, I mean, and we focus a lot on recreation because it tends to be the largest one. It is all over the map. It's a very, very political area, and so we'll see people paying very little attention in terms years 2 and 3, and a lot of attention in the first and the second term, first and the last year of a term, because it's a very political area. And you know, I mean, we've had some conversation today. We're going to be putting up potentially bringing back a policy which will lead to user fees being put up into services that people use and are very emotional and passionate about. We've seen that as we had the conversations with pickleball just earlier this year. So these conversations, this is really good because we've had exactly the sort of conversation we needed, which is a policy level conversation to help us go away and bring back something. And then there will be more conversation as you start seeing as that comes out. But I think this is really important first step because it sets where the aspiration is, and then we can then pick where we want to go away from it, where we might want to be more aggressive or more conservative than where the policy would indicate.
I'm also not always a fan of looking to see what our neighbors are doing because they're basing their decisions on their own ideas, what they want for their municipality, what their expenses are and everything. And I think we need to do the same, be cognizant of what they're doing, but I think focus more on what really reflects what we want for Georgian Bluffs.
Within the recreation, just to give you an example of how varied it can be, within the recreation recreation field last year when we were talking about user fee adjustments, there was a healthy balance between those that were hovering around 0, wanting to actively keep their user fees at a 0% increase, keeping them absolutely static. There were several municipalities that increased their user fees across the board at 10 or 12% last year, and a fairly high number that increased at 6 or 7% to keep in line with CPI. So it was all over the board last year, and absorbed a lot of time around council horseshoes as well. It became a big focus of conversation. More so those that were looking at CPI or above CPI increases and wanting to decrease. So this tends to be one where staff will never get it right, and we're quite good with that. We're quite happy to bring this one forward to council in a not right way, and then but we now have a policy, which means that we have some rationale for how we will be able to we're beginning to have a policy. I'm preempting the next step. We're beginning to have a policy which gives us the ability to bring that forward to you based on that policy and for those conversations to fall out afterwards.
Great. So thank you. So as long as council is comfortable with it, our guiding principles kind of while we're moving through this, we will prepare a draft user fee policy. It will be the first one that the Township of Georgian Bluffs has ever had. So we will have some growing pains within it, which is to be expected. Staff will try to maintain a nexus or a balance between the fees charged and our services that we're providing. We will perform some fee comparisons when we look at doing the bylaw aspect of this process, using some of the lower tiers that you had highlighted throughout the discussions here, being comparable size and mix of urban, rural, and within Grey Bruce County, and looking at outside of that area as well, as long as they meet the first 2 criteria. And we will be using a direct cost recovery. So direct cost is the cost of, for example, our building department are the only costs we're looking to recuperate. An indirect cost recovery methodology would have where you're allocating out some of when we got to Office of the CAO and Corporate Services. We don't have the data to allocate out a portion of that cost to building right now, so we do have to use the direct cost. So our next steps, we will just need some council direction when we come out of our strategic session to formulate the discussions here. And it is the intention that in the fall is when the policy will come forward. And I guess, oh, actually, one other thing. I need you guys to prioritize. Where do you want to see 2025 efforts put into achieving them for a 2025 user fee bylaw?
Someone's been keeping a list of all of these that could be shown up. Oh, looking around at all of these. Okay. Okay. So this motion will be made after we've come back out of strategic session now? Okay.
So are we gonna read it in the strat session or to make sure that we've captured thoughts correctly, or do we need to go out to discuss the direction?
I'm happy to read the list to ensure that we've captured everything before we move out of the strat session, and then it can be formalized as a motion when we come out. So for goals and objectives of this session, we have ensure the principles of affordability, fairness, and equity. Consideration of fee types for Georgian Bluffs residents versus non-residents. Consideration of rate subsidies for facilities for registered not-for-profit and youth sports organizations. Ensure our fees are competitive with direct urban and rural mix comparators where similar population and services. Consider incentives such as reduced fees for climate and environmental initiatives for renovations and upgrades. Consider upcoming changes to waste collection and maintain a fee for these services. Aim to decrease the burden on the tax base for parks and recreational user fees at a target of 20% and consider increasing public drop-in fees. Introduce a cap on boat launch passes that are available to residents only and make remaining launch passes available to non-residents on a first-come, first-served basis. Investigate whether booking outdoor spaces such as pavilions is suitable for the township. Investigate cemetery fees and charges and look for opportunities to decrease the tax burden. Maintain the pay-by-date incentive for dog tag fees. Investigate opportunities for police and fire user fees. Maintain a 100% recuperating rate for short-term accommodations. Consider including an annual CPI increase for inflation.
So what you're looking for is for us to prioritize those, or we're just accepting that this is the list that we're looking at.
So it's not necessarily those that need prioritized. Those can stay as the council direction indefinitely until we address all of them through your quarterly reporting. It's more building, planning, garbage parts. Where are you wanting of the, is it 9? The 9 posters behind me, which ones would you really like to see come into play for 2025, opposed to this one could maybe wait for us to start looking at in 2026 or 2027? So we have different colored markers that you could go put a check mark beside. If Brian here at the back has the markers. Not really concerned about, I just don't want to see everyone use a black and then there be 9.
You have 3 X's you can make on each. You can put 3 on one, you can put 2 on one and 1 on another, or you can put 1 on 3. But 3 X's on the posters. So each one gets to vote 3 times. No, don't do that. 3. Otherwise, it's gonna be incredibly, you will make our life incredibly hard there. So you get 3 X's. You can put them on 1, 2, or 3 posters. Yes. But
Yeah.
that just makes, we don't need to know what we're doing in 2028 now. We just need to know what we're doing in 2024. Yeah, exactly. So you've got a color. You can mark up to 3 X's. Vote 3 times. You can vote 3 times on 1 poster or 3 votes on 3 posters. That's your top priority. That's the way you want it. That's the way you influence. That's the one I want you to focus on first. You're making 3 X's. No,
So,
but you've got your own color.
so we're just, yeah. No, no. So we are looking at your building, planning and engineering, garbage and recycling, parks and recreation, community. You can all go up. We should have 21 X's when we are done. 3 votes were not used when I'm doing a quick total around here, but. I- Oh, yeah. There. No, we're good. We're good. Everyone used theirs. I was counting 7 people, but there's 6 of you here today.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson didn't vote.
Okay, so we are going to be focusing on planning and engineering, parks and recreation, and police and fire for our 2025 year. It is not to say that the others may not see changes made for 2025, but those 3 will be our kind of top priorities. Thank you.
So our recommendation is that council of the Township of Georgian Bluffs move back into its regular session at 12:03 PM. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Colbert. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. We are back in open session. Now you have a motion for us there. That be put up on the screen at all, or can? Uh-huh. That is up on the screen for everybody. Number 8, are we putting a date in there that would be available to residents? Sort of a before date?
So through you, that is something that we can include within the policy, that staff can propose a date and then council may modify as part of the policy if they wish.
Just don't want us to look at this next year and say, oh, well, we didn't achieve 100%, so therefore we're going to scrap the program. That's not the intent here. We're working towards, or the goal is, rather than maintain, maybe something that gives us a little more flexibility.
So I think, and Carly, Madam Clerk, before you make too many changes, I actually think that's captured. So the idea is you're establishing a policy for us to work toward. Doesn't necessarily mean that we would get there in the first year or the second year. You're establishing some policy guidelines for us to work towards. We may come back to you and say, short-term accommodations or recreation, it's not possible to get to 20% this year, but what we're suggesting is over the next 5 years, incremental increases to aim towards that, so that in 5 years' time we get there. The same would apply with short-term accommodations, I think. So the aiming for the ambition of 100% recuperation should be brought in as we develop the program, even though it may be 4 or 5 years before we get to that point. So.
Any other comments or changes that anyone feels need to be reflected there? Not, then I will ask for a mover and seconder on that. Councillor Winters, Councillor Coburn. Any further discussion? Call the vote, all in favor. That is carried. So next is, I need a mover and seconder so we can recess for lunch. Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Sholes, all in favor. That is carried, so we are off for lunch now. That's right. Yes, way you go. Way you go. Thank you for being here. Okay, we are back after lunch at 1 o'clock. And before we proceed into closed session, we need to waive the procedural bylaw and our closed session bylaw because we're not able to accommodate all the technology needed right now for training in council chambers. So recommendation is that we waive procedural bylaw and closed session bylaw due to not being able to accommodate technology in council chambers. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Deputy Mayor Pringle. Any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor. The next recommendation is that Council of the Township of Georgian Bluffs move into closed session at 1:01 p.m. with the CAO, Deputy CAO / Director of Corporate Services, Manager of Legislative Services / Clerk, and Kim Vogel of Leader Ability Consulting remaining in the room for, and the Director of Infrastructure and Development. For 6.1, the purpose of educating or training the members pursuant to section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 Leadership Workshop. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Winters. Is there any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor. That is carried. We are now in closed session.
That's really good.
Okay, council is back in open session at 4:18. We went into closed session for the purpose of educating our training members, and training was completed. Confirming bylaw. The recommendation that bylaw number 2024-036, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting on June 17th, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Day, Councillor Winters, is there any discussion? Call the vote, all in favor. And date of the next regular meeting is June 19th, this Wednesday at 5 p.m. Can I have a mover and a seconder for adjournment? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Day,